Hello, hi. Haven't actually, haven't actually bothered testing, like, what's the word, like, making sure it works with the game, works with OBS. So, that was a tiny ass window. Ow, my ears. Okay, uh, nice size, but there's sound, there you go. Hmm. All is well, yes. I heard, I heard Edit say, fuck yesterday. Uh, okay, good. You said fuck yesterday. It was weird. It's probably good. I mean locked. So I guess we played a game. This is UI. Oh yeah, somewhat related to Edit saying fuck. Seki commissioned furry porn of me and Edit, and I say that because I was, um, I don't know why. He just did. He that's worse. That's on him. All right. I don't know why he's commissioning furry porn of me and Edit. Considering you're both dudes, it'd be gay furry porn. So I don't know. He even sent like fucking what was it? What are they called? Like fucking what's the word? Why are you saying congratulations? God damn, I don't have the word. What's the word? What's the word? Like a picture that reminds you of what you're drawing. It's that. Why can't I remember her name? The name. A name? I should probably just play the game. You are running through a forest. I got an achievement. It is late at night, and the sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you are going. Even if you had commenced your flight? Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you are going. You have no map There's no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going, on and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. That it is the definition of commission just like asking someone to do something, because he didn't pay Noah. It would be really concerning if he did, actually. References. He gave Noah references. I don't know what reference, but I know he did. Also, is the fact that Seki's commissioning Noah furry porn of me and make him a furry. Is that? Because it seems like that. No. He gave him a reference, like a pose. He gave him a reference pose. Because of course he did. You do know that other people can give, like, different references, right? You have no idea how long you have been running. Time has begun to blend together and has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt. Oh yeah, he plays a woman in this game, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards, forwards with a shocked gasp. You are free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. If you're running from something, that's the least of your worries. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon she will catch you, then your life will be over. You do not know if she is still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her silhouetted beneath a tree looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it is too late for that now. Whatever. It is too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run and run while icy fog swirls around your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you are drowning. It feels as though you are being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run, and you run, and you run until, at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4, if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, however. Though, whatever. Not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it may be, You have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Okay, so I can go to the beach, go to the village, go to castle. The castle. No one's gonna let me in there. I'm just some random girl. The beach. Doesn't seem like a good idea. Let's go to the village. So, you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there is still much and more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready, at a moment's notice, to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you... You only hope. You only hope, as you continue to... as you only hope as you continue to... Not your only hope as you continue to run, is that... whatever. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run, of quaint, scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Roofs? It's plural of roof. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He'll be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair, cramped beneath the cat. Why are you fantasizing about the woman who will save you? Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she will be kind to you, and compassionate, just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You are only guessing. You're not complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, Lace, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It's still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. Moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. Salvation's edge from Destitute. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village, up close, does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on, in, and on. Eh. There are no lights. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people. Insomniacs like you at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. There's a woman here. There's a woman here that wants to fuck you. You know, before you try your luck at one of these, at one of the houses that nobody will answer you, there will be no kindly red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There is nobody here to hear your entreaties. Entreaties? How very sad. You try another door, and another, but the result is the same regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody here. Once again, you have found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Save. Nobody's here, you might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears, you wipe your eyes with the back of your arm. In a well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, you keep going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here, at the very least, who can help you. That is what you're thinking as you resume your search. You flit? That's a word? From cottage to cottage, with precious little to show for your determination, until you make yet another discovery. This village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You're so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in, you do not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. Man, this girl's weird. She keeps fantasizing about women saving her. You approach a church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has to withstand it. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing. Sentinel? Forever standing sentinel on this hill, like a relic of a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone buildings is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop, with some sloping of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone that which the church walls are made of. Some of the grainstones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity. Forgetting, in your examination, of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You're out of the woods now, and you have subconsciously already begun to relax. Try to read the names hewn into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark and you are tired, and some of the graves are very, very old indeed. Strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. Because, well, fuck. Such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves and turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there's much to explore. Walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing curiosity. And, as you do, you see her. She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself, but she is much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments you observe her hiding, all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive lizard clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself from the sun. I thought lizards were cold-blooded. But they need sun. There's no sunlight here, though. There's only the night sky, and the stars, and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what the girl is clutching in her hands. It's a shovel. It's a shovel. It is not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It's a shovel. Wow. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, I suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There's something hypnotic, almost, in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling she would not appreciate it. Alright, wait. Wow. Shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. She wished it. Anyway. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You've come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You have grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat. But they are not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows. But now she looking at you. You can tell that she is pretty. Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear, cool blue, like ice. Those eyes of hers which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of those things. The shovel she is clutching in her hands looks solid enough. Its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which were once gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. And why does it look like she fucking broke the shovel by gripping it so hard? It's like, you should be like that. You should be like a straight line. But it's like bent. It's bent at this point. That's not a very good shovel. When you repair something, you gotta like actually fix it. Her lips curve upward at the edges. She is smiling, and what a smile it is. It is transformative, like a video essay. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You are so relieved, you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You have been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then, she says, in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance. Well, she does live in a rural village, what were you expecting? Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive, the only one in the whole world. That was quite an effusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. Thirsty. She's rather more personable than her apparel would make one suggest. You, well... You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn, now, to be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh, do you not know? There's an awful lot you do not know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everyone knows everybody else. Girl's expression falls. At least, they used to. Back when there was still people to know. That ain't the case now, though. Not after the plague. There's a plague. That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everyone else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right. Just me, you know. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. I get so lonely here. Title drop. Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches you inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this before, however, because the girl takes a step toward you. But where are my manners? I must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you're a traveler, yes? and your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? The home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought, when you saw her among the graves, that she would be more distant somehow, and more mysterious. Hey man, graveyard duty is kind of sad. The most graveyard keepers get is like a dog maybe, and they have to train the dog not dig up the corpses. Perhaps you are mixing her up with somebody else. You are still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing, certainly, than spending the nights outdoors in the cold, tipping on the graves. What are you, a romantic poet? Please. Make a show of pondering the girl's invitation, at the very least. You do not appear too eager. But your acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? She is the first friendly face you have seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home, located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadow of a twisted, towering sycamore. I don't remember what sycamores look like. There's a tree, right? Sycamores are trees. They're trees, right? The girl's home is in such a state, it seems to folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be the more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says, "Here we are. Home, sweet home." You do not have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. That'd be incredibly rude. Yeah, don't say that. That would be fucking... That's just a dick move. That you have one. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists and is perilously low. Not so much that you are in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's a fire in the corner, though it is not consigned to a grate. The fire, instead, is blazing in the open. A circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot, suspended with wooden eaves. It's an eave. Other objects of interest are hung... It's not too loud, I think. I don't know. I'll increase volume anyway. Seems a bit loud to me. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves. Iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs, and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. Why are you telling me that? However, how, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there's a roof over your head, and food put in your belly. Oh, she took off her cloak. girl looks to the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with the ladle. Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she... I can't read the word concoction anymore without laughing. Whatever concoction she has brewing within it. You can only hope that she is not like weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with fenny snake fillet. What? Is this a reference I simply do not get? Is this like, what is this? What? I know. Yes. I think it's just about done. The girl says to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down, back into the pot, then looks to you and smiles. She wants something. It looks as though you've come quite the long way, and you must be hungry. These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. Water. Man, I'm so hungry. I could eat a horse. I'm so hungry. I could eat an octorok. Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. So you would eat a horse. I can't believe you. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. Your hostess retrieves 2 earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever she was... of whatever it is she's cooking. Did she cook? This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. Oh, is it hardtack? Is it hardtack? Can I use it as a brick and fucking cave someone's head in with it? It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though. You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. Soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Humans are creatures of necessity. You're telling me cannibalism is weird? You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions? Is that the plural of pretentious? But in actuality, you are not much better than animals. You are so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend on your food like... that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess washes while you eat, and she giggles once you have finished. Do you enjoy that? Ah. Got your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You're so hungry you fail to account for her judgment. Now that you have some food in your belly, though, you have been suitably warmed. Your old self-conscious is returning. Did you not make a fool out of yourself? Huh. Yeah, now you have a... Yeah. Do not make a fool out of yourself. You demur? You demur slightly. You demur You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. We do not want her to take it. Yeah, you do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and for your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She is not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food is being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. Used to cook for my father all the time, you see. This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to your father? Seems a grim thing to contemplate after eating, but... Didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes. Your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious. That's right. There's a plague. And one of the villagers, one of her father. They're all gone now. Gone? Yes, you see, plagues kill people. They tend to do them. Your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest. The family has a history. We lived here for centuries by the church, so as we can tend the graveyard. Ah, so this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt. Carbonara? I mean carbonara. It's carbonara. What's the creator of this game? What does carbonara mean? My father used to prepare bodies for burial back when he was alive. He built coffins, he dug the graves, he lowered the coffins into the dirt. Into the dirt. His voice is hard to do, kinda, I don't know. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's gotta do it. There's no sense averting your eyes from death. Not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession. One that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father. My father's 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 father. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. Alright, I'll look it up. I'll look it up. I'll look up carbonated water. It's spaghetti. It's pasta. Carbonara is a pasta dish made with fatty cured pork, hard cheese, eggs, salt, and black pepper. It is typically of the Lazio region of Italy. That looks tasty as fuck. I want some. I want some carbonara. It looks tasty as hell. I want some of this. I want some of this. My. That was surprising. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside, a girl who is without much in the way of education. It is apparent, just to listen to her, and the way she slurs her syllables together, that she has never had any, what the fuck is that word? Lessons, not like you. There's a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, what gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. Also, hi, Katie. So, you ask your hostess, Does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes, your hostess, the gravedigger, says. "That- That's about right. Though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some. I might be a woman, but I've plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could, without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she was still alive, she'd rather I focus on more feminine pursuits, like basket weaving or sewing, to better attract a suitor. Not that that would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd quote me, not for miles and miles. What happened to her mother? She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old. Then it's not during childbirth. She died of... That's not... That doesn't seem right. Don't people... Doesn't death by childbirth happen, like, right as... Like, the same fucking days baby's born? Like, come on, dude. Oh. Well. You can relate to her, at least, on this point. Your parents are not dead, at least as far as you were aware. But you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you're old enough. And they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there have been no letters, nor any visitors. Or visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they... Yeah. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you could not say nothing. Don't seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, albeit somberly. It's alright. It was ages ago. I don't even remember her too well. I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house? Yes. That too. I was the oldest child, so it was my job. After my mother died, to manage the sweeping and the cooking. Oh, and looking after all my siblings too. You blink, intrigued, then glance at... she died of childbirth from someone else. Okay. Okay. You blink, intrigued, then glance around the hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Or could they be? Dead. Carbonara. The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not being exactly subtle, because she shakes her head. Carbonara. I had 2 siblings. 2 younger brothers. They're gone now. Oh. Yeah, you should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe. Still a babe. What? And the eldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade, digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm. I've also dug graves of young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us in the end. No matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, No matter how good or bad we've been, in the end, it doesn't even matter. That's all I've heard. What do you mean order some carbonara? From who? Who am I ordering it from? The the Italian the Italian services? They're gonna I'm gonna pull up their app on my phone. Gonna fucking gonna, gonna call them, you know, and ask, hey, can I get some carbonara? And they're like, yeah, I got it. And they just fucking drive up in their funny Italian car. They show up. They presented like one of those dishes, like the thing on top. uh, what am I saying? You think I have money? How bold of you. I have like $3 in my bank account. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She's not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It's too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me, but that was fine. It was how I liked it. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. You ever had any fancy clothes to wear? I mean, those clothes seem pretty fancy to me, honestly. And we can't dine on the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special. I've always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed. You need hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life is around here. When food supplies were low, we always helped out one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another. And things always worked out in the end. At least, they did. Till the plague happened. Yeah, she had mentioned the plague. He had been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village's huge verse was so very empty? He supposed, right? Plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. Feels like it was a while ago, but maybe it wasn't all that long after all. I mean, you do have white hair. It feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but the hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. Cloud over, whatever. She looks as though she is entranced within her own memories. What could she be remembering? Yeah, I've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up on the streets and stacked up in the wooden carts come take them away with no shortage of aplomb. She was a strange woman, your history professor. The plague came on very suddenly. There's no warning. One day everyone was fine, and the next, they were all dead. It is no small amount of anxiety that you eye in the gravedigger. Then you ask, surely they could not all have survived, not have all died, however. Is that not an exaggeration? No, if only. I wish I was exaggerating, but it's the truth, honest to God. People in the village died, one after another. Just like that. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that were buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain, I'm just guessing. Still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all grey and clammy. And he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. And then there were the boils. Boils? pustules. They're the size of eggs, and they're full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house was full of it. The stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him, lying on his deathbed, and she shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. Can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. Felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill, I remember that. And she left. After a few days passed, she fell sick too. Then I felt bad for cursing her. Couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but the gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes smelt like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. Carbonara or balloons. You can't ask for a balloon stream anymore. I already did one. Come on. I gotta think of something new. I already did the balloon stream and the balloon stream. You can't be too. You can't be. You gotta be creative. Come on, I gotta ask for something else. Yeah, and I still played balloons. Come on. Admittedly, I wasn't really good at it, but, you know. She looks as though she might, at any moment, fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same the symptoms as my father. Clammy skin, and a fever, and the boils. Boils grew, and they burst. Then they died in screaming, stinking agony. Father died too, like 3 days after he fell ill. But I think even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my other salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, telling him it'd be alright, till his eyes sank to his blue skull like two black stones and his mouth dried out. During that last day, before he died, he might have been a corpse already. Didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed, his eyes closed, groaning. I never wish any ill on my father before, but during those moments, The gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, I wish she'd just died. Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining? No, perhaps not. Gravedigger's still shaking. She'll not cry, will she? I hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. I already played balloons. Come on, Seismic. Remember last stream? Remember last stream on Wednesday? Remember? I played balloons and balloons. And I made a tier list on bug people I'd fuck. That was the important part. The third thing. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of an effort, even if it's a token one. You shift on your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say very softly that you're sorry. It's not much, but it's all you can think of saying. You had thought, initially, that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that it's not the case. Wow, the game, you can beat the... That is not a very long game. It's a flash game, Seismic. Alright, if I did a whole stream of me playing it, it would be like an hour. Tops. It's not a long game. Also, balloons isn't exactly a game. It's just me having pictures of balloons on screen. Just saying. Her suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is. But the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She is very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you, so no matter how foolish she might be, you really deserve such kindness. Now, again, with apologies. It's alright, like I said, you didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you, I'm just recounting what's happened. That is all. I do wonder, though. I never felt sick myself. Thought I was going to die. I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite with all the others. That, maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. My father gone. Who else would tend to the dead? He's the only person left by the end of it all. So as I had to bury people of in the village. They're all resting peacefully now, under the earth. The plague can't reach them. On one hand, I'm happy for them. They're able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost now, Gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and dirt from my clothes. Aha! So this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It seemed your earlier insistence on this particular point was not without merit. Bro, you're ruining the story, come on. And the handsome young farm hands who used to flirt with me. Priests who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones and the like. Play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. Gravedigger's eyes begin to shine. Once she has finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She's being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend a hand towards her, meaning to, what? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head. That'll be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand. Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that's the last thing you want. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap. As useful as damp niddling. It's niddling. Is that like kindling? Did they... Oh, I know, I just read that wrong. That is kindling. Wait, no. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you've heard her plight, that you care. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. It would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved. So, after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? I don't know. The gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away with the back of her arm. It's alright. I've grown used to it. really, being on my own. I mean, it ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you? Oh, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. Hey, what happens if how does I click this? Oh! Oh wow, there's full art, wow. She's got bones on her arm. She got bones. She got like bones here, bones there. She got an hourglass thing around her, hourglass necklace. She got bones on her dress. What? That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have enough food and a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. You must be tired after your long journey, so just give me a moment. Gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. The so-called spare bedroom is, in all likelihood, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of dead man, but what choice do you have? You are tired, wretchedly so. Why? Why, it is all you can do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in your mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You have to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. Your eyes and follow the gravedigger. Once she has finished her preparations, your so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it will be, at least there is a bed, which comes with something of a relief, and the rest of these lodgings are so humble that you expect a straw pallet. As tired as you may be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets and bed are clean, too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So, you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. This really is your lucky day. I got this for you, too, the gravedigger says, somewhat shyly. She hands you a folded gown to sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your clothes are, a little shabby. She could say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged. This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it fits alright. It's clean, if nothing else. Accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. Kaiser salad. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you, and you yawn, a fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice. Oh, begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help. Okay, bye, nice lady. The gravedigger bows her head, and you, like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find yourself that you rather miss your hostess's good company. The face of her good-natured smile, so you can almost forget all the hardships that even hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. Suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold, and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. Takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but soon you have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. You're too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child. Then pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings are apt enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It is more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It is with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, and with another sigh you lay on your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail your heart is still pounding. That fear is yet to leave you. Perhaps it'll never leave you. Your terror was such it almost feels as though it has suffused itself with into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut, and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It is not long until you are spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. Who's Morpheus? It's not the guy from the Matrix. But your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you'd hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive, even at the most conservatoire. You are frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon a unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatoire, the place where this adventure of yours began. You are wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, and your gray, unremarkable shirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. No one tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued, and on and on and on, as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did he even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE class beneath the shade cast of an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone upon which one of your classmates had hewn a name, your name. You knew at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this is the reason behind your classmate's silence. This is why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so assiduously. They had, they had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Your dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you awake the following morning, to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your night clothes, your hair loose and your feet bare. The gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in a manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them. Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe you need something to eat too? Let me get started on breakfast. And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair, nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and cheese is a bit strong. A bit too strong. It's food all the same, though, and you do not complain. Chicken Kaiser salad. With croutons. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. Man, I haven't eaten all day, actually. Anyway, the tea is inoffensive, at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return, a sunny smile like a field of blooming bellflowers. It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else. Uh, uh, No chicken in this Caesar salad. Just no. I don't know what I was gonna say. I wonder if I got this Discord notification somewhere. No. No. It's no problem. Wait. Yeah. This is no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything, she says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you. The sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you're assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you wake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body, and your mouth gaping open in paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are so afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you are sweeping the floor, keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged appearance when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but pose a question to her on one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You'd always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it. What's the point in it, hmm? The gravedigger ponders while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by her question. despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky your temperament is so very placid. I don't suppose there's any point to it, really, Gravedigger eventually says with a small smile. I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it, so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going, and I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. What if you're digging graves for... How is it illegal? Like, You mean like digging up corpses? No. She is making the graves. Completely different. She's a grave digger. She makes the grave. She doesn't dig up the grave. Same wording, completely different. Yeah, grave robbing. And that's all, is it? You think you can understand that? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nestled amongst them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose, she does it instead out of sentiment. Fruit Punch Capri Sun. Why do you say that? You say that like I have Capri Sun on me. I have water. And water. More water. It's just water. Besides, I have something to do to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spent all my days idling, all on my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. Wow, that's rude. Haven't had a Capri Sun in like half a decade. Shit, I don't think I've had Capri Sun in a while too. Oh god. No, I'm old. No. You are ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. We cannot all be, well... I'm 18, bro. I'm not that old. I'm not that old. We cannot all be, well... Alright, Katie, you're like a year older than me, okay? You're... Yeah, you're older. Oh, you know, there's probably like some 40-year-old dudes who watch VTubers. Ah, that's weirder. We cannot all be, well... I don't even know if I was alive when you last had Capri Sun. Wait, Tommy? Wait, why do you say Tommy? Is Tommy here? Did he escape from from being Twitchy's mod and came here to tell me things or something? I don't know. Is he here to commission more furry art of me? Cause y'all seem to really like having that done. Y'all really want furry art made of me. Quite strange, I might say. It's kind of weird. Anyway, we cannot all be... Well... I can't fucking read this stupid... Whippersnappers. We cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know? Still, laughter of the gravedigger as it echoes through the gray, gloomy sky is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot. You cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger. Then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and preparing of the meals, which a task which takes slightly longer. It is not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there's dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, and looks at the pot suspended over the fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fill the air, suffused with the interior of the kitchen, and in a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. She got good this job of hers has got really good he's got like good dentist thing. What's it called? Hey, you think any of the meals is this you think this you think this girl hasn't made any meals with Meow Meow? Any Meow Meow? Thank you so much, dear one. It's nothing like returning home after a after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now let me give it a test. Gravedigger dips a spoon in the soup and brings it to her lips. She blows on it. She places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. What do you mean I'm being racist? How am I being racist? It's funny. It's funnier to. I mean, Cat doesn't really have a. He doesn't have a name for his for meat. You know, cows do. Pigs do. So sheep. I guess not chicken, but you know why can't the name for cat be Meow Meow? Why can't it be Meow Meow? I can't. How is she Chinese? This is like Europe. We're like in Europe, dude. We're in Europe. You're racist. Why do you think she's Chinese? You think she's Chinese because she's a lowly peasant? Is that it? Is that it, Katie? She's Chinese because she's a lowly peasant doing a sad job, sad boring job all by herself. Is that it? Is that it, Katie? Is that it? Is that You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in relative comfort as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the Gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When do we get to the doomed Yuri? Come on. When you are with her, you're not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. Gravedigger explains after drawing the spoon from her lips, her smile a bright, guileless one. It's delicious. Your face flushes at this compliment. You're unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Does our main character have an appraisal fetish? Shyly, you ask Gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the Gravedigger smile. Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really. That's a relief. You're not becoming... You're not very good at all this cooking malarkey in the beginning. Malarkey. Malarkey. You do not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw the silly soup out. This Gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You do not cut yourself with a knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat with it. But oh, I should brew some tea too. Let me. Ah, yes, the tea. Tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You're so focused on a soup that it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and slyly you offer to correct it. The Gravedigger, however, waves your request aside. No, it's all right. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair. It won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you are awfully domestic. You work alongside the Gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in this simple fare, after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing. So much so, it makes you feel rather sleepy. You like to sit with the Gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories, but as you have sometimes in the past, that or play cards. You have a fucking card deck? Damn. Living the high life. I don't know if peasants own cards. The nights are long, and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of old maid, alas, will have to wait. They're too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. You explain your predicament to the Gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response. It's alright. You don't need to stay up with me. Not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. You do not think you're particularly pretty, but you presume that the Gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She's far prettier than you are. You thank the Gravedigger for her understanding, then rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out your clothes. You have only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles on your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is a gravedigger come to check up on you. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright. The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so that she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want to hear her cry. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, then even inadvertently, given all that she has done for you. You bid the grave digger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay and invitation, she hastens to take. The door swings inward with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in her clothes of stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed with your feet free. Why did I read feet? With your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. It is that relief, you wonder, playing about her face. Why? What was she expecting to see exactly before entering your bed and chamber? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health. You just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a little pale. That'd be nothing out of the norm. You're always pale. True. Is there anything I can do for you? You like something warm to drink? Maybe a hot brick to place it in your bed? Should keep you warm. Appreciate the hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that this won't be necessary. You will be fine. I hope so. I thought that about my father, too, before he... Gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know, now, what she was thinking of, before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin. Sweating brow. Rank. Oozing pustules. Think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague which once beset your own country, and you shudder. If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way, Gravedigger says, but before that, this was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? Your hair? That's right, it's a pretty shade of red, is all. I just thought, no, it's just fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing. That is what the gravedigger says, but you have the distinct feeling that she is the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. But she has been very good to you, and she has done very much for you. That you do not want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you are certain you have made the right choice. The hostess's face lights up immediately, in a manner which makes you blush. Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Let me finish my brush. Gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. This artifact? Artifact? This artifact acquired, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bedside. Yep, herself upon your bed, by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. Gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so, it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this to you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you're old and at the conservatoire. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk. Not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse. This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-foreign reminiscences. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when she speaks, is dreamy. I think my mummy, I pissed the bed. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me back when she was still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though. It is funny, you think, as bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses. What the fuck's a tress? Through your tresses. That you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. That shit fuck. Perhaps there is something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wants to summoning forth such images. I would not know personally. I'm not a woman. Alright, I haven't had my hair brushed before. I have combed it though. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much, the gravedigger continued, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. How close is he? My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still, that it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force. Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother? I cannot rightly say, the gravedigger replies, in a somber sort of a voice. I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her all too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning. Oh, and looking after my baby brothers. But she had enough, despite that, to brush your hair. She did what she felt she had to do, to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village you see. I'm not like other girl. Yeah, because, you know, brushes are meant for long hair. I think combs are meant for short hair. Do guys with long hair brush like do they buy a brush meant for girl hair? Do they buy one of those when their hair gets long enough? Does Finn from Adventure Time have a girl brush? I wasn't like the other girls in the villages, you see, who like to sit indoors with their mothers and Sue. I always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Inherited. A brush is a brush is a brush is a brush is a brush. A bug's a bug, bug's a bug. Bugs Bunny? No. No, not him. That's not a bug. That's a bunny. A bug's a bug, bugs, bug, bugs, bug. Centipede. There's a centipede near my door a while back. Not a while back, like yesterday. There's a centipede next to my door. It's really tiny, like 2 centimeters. It was kind of cool. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled. Not that you can see it with your back facing her. My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that. I always trapeze, I don't know how to say that word, around outside, after my watching as he dug graves. Trapes? Is the word trapes. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. Gravedigger snorts. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I didn't get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had a lot of hopes, my mother. High hopes. Hi ho. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. My profession is an honest one, but it's never made him much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and... Oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness of your friend's voice is unmistakable. So much so, you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother? You never will, neither. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought-out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that of course your father loved you really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? Water. You know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult. She always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, and that she must have done, else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, the gravedigger says after a pause. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us. I guess so. Parents are only people, after all. While one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they, too, can fall victim to caprices of their own. Like giving their kid an iPad. It's a big capricement. Is capricement a word? Just because one has brought a child into this world does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. This is a painful subject. Oh well, it's alright if my mother never really liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He always was there for me, no matter what. The man's voice catches in her throat. She winces. At least, until he wasn't. He died, and I didn't do a thing to help him. Mannion's shoulders were beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It's all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your own... Yeah, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This, you have no qualms with telling her. He turned to face her and plucked the brush, which has been hovering in the air from her fingers. Then, he let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but think, what if? Keep racking my head over and over, trying to come up with something. I can't think of anything. And even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him. Now I'm all alone. She might have been alone. You tell the gravedigger she isn't alone now. Not anymore. How can she be when you're there? I know that. I know, and I'm grateful, and I don't know if I deserve it. They're dead. They're dead as fuck. They're dead, Katie. We're not paying attention. They're fucking dead. That's so rude. That's so rude. How do you not remember? They died. They got the plague. They died, and they got gray clammy skin, and they had a fever, and then they had giant fucking pustules grow on their skin. And they burst, and they exploded. Or something, I don't know. And now they're in the ground. Anyway, that's the plot behind this girl. that's this girl's story. Look at her. She's such a nice lady. She's such a nice lady. Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked after me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All the villagers, all my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too. Not when I care about you so much. I thought I had got used to being on my own, but now you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared. Anna's voice catches in her throat. She then collapses in on herself. She leans forward, her arms wound around her middle, as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries, and she cries, and she cries. Lamau, imagine dying to an illness. Could not be me. Could not be me. I don't have any blood vessels, because I am a doll. Anyway. For a few moments, you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked in silvery tears, seemed to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seemed too slender to bear the cumulative weight of all the sorrow she has endured, are shaking. He's pressing escape. Okay. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as incessant as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You're not so very tired, however. You cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her if you feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms. But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you are tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind. And that and the tears of gravediggers are awfully arresting. Be a good Samaritan. Oh hey, look, it's me. Oh wait, this is the full thing. Wow, wow, artistry. Man, this is a nice room. I wouldn't mind if I live here. Man, maybe this Yuri isn't so doomed after all. Maybe there isn't. Maybe this isn't doomed Yuri. Maybe this is just. Maybe this is just normal Yuri. I wouldn't mind that. You open your arms, and before the gravedigger can pass a comment, pull her into your chest. Soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quiet than any sound of wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there's nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpse she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She is all wide-eyed and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her, that you have perhaps made a mistake. Are your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You have not been in a situation like this before. You have never consoled any friends before because you have never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impotence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms. I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. It's just, I get so lonely sometimes. Until, at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands through your sobbing companion's shoulder blades and her back, gently you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. Man, I wish I could wet the front of a girl's neck. No further words passed between you that night, but you do not. But they do not need to. They are irrelevant at a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. Yes, Katie, you heard what I said. You fucking heard me. All right, you heard me. I would. I'd love to. All right, I'd love to make I'd love to make a girl wet. I'd love to make a girl wet. You say that like it's weird. Isn't that the goal of any dude? To get to get game, to get a girl, and to stop being lonely. And that second thing. God, I'm lonely. Anyway. Sure. Look, I know there's gay guys out there, but their end goal is also to not be lonely. The goal of a human is to just not be lonely, and to express yourself as who you truly are. You know, be free or some, I don't know. You slide beneath your sheets. You still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance. is all but assured. You have already accepted the gravedigger, after all, every single inch of her. You have accepted her hospitality. You've accepted her food. Now you're accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Clothes will be horribly rumpled when she awakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There is no concept of time between the two of you. No thought of the day which will draw once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there is only the warmth shared between you. The wetness on the cheeks, and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There is a sound, irregular now, less intense before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There is this gentle, tender moment, snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night, which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighted down with stones. They droop inexorably downward, pulling you, like a drowning maiden, into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep and you sleep and you sleep more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. Ah, what's with the breathing? Why is it breathing? But when you awake, you find that you are no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, surrounded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you are quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you were aroused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept quite well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. Feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It appears though somebody, but who else could it be? Could it have been, save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping? As a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. Darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however. At this moment, a natural darkness, it is cold too, and you are lying upon something hard, some sort of stone slab. What's going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied. There's something heavy lying atop you, something that is limiting your movements. You're anxious before, upon waking, but at this discovery, you feel downright aggrieved. The sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. Swallow your mounting dread as best as you can, though it is coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they not get it very far. There's a wall above you, and walls on either side of you, walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. Never had much in the way of upper body strength nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you. One which initially you tried to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You're lying in a box, hemmed in the walls, which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it. The irregular sound of drumming. It is as though somebody, though they must be quite large, a quite large somebody is tapping their fingers upon the lid of your coffin. That, or it is raining. It's not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you. Nor is it falling rain. It's dirt. The sound continues on and on, as though it's drilling its way inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like a ticking of a great celestial clock. It cannot be stopped. Time is almost running out. You knew that already, didn't you? When you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing. You cannot outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it would catch up to you. It would catch up with her. You're stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living, and with whom you have shared one precious, cherished moment. Cry out for the grave digger. Surely this is some manner of mistake. When she realizes that you are in fact entombed in one of the coffins she is currently filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you, she will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you, so kind. Why would she bury you? Cry to her so loudly as you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. Yeah, I think that's what's happening, Katie. You cry desperately, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of falling soil stops a bit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given its being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it. Lamau. Okay, I guess this is doomed here. So, you're awake then, are you, dear? So, you're awake then, are you, dear one? Gravedigger says. She sighs. She says, in a perplexed sort of voice, now that is a pickle. I was hoping you would be asleep a couple more hours. The last time we spoke could have been on better terms. If you kept screaming like that, I'm going to feel bad. Companion's words, though distant, are meant unmistakable. You're so tense, you're attuned to every single syllable. Each of them makes you gasp. Is this not a mistake, then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? Pose this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think your optimism, if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you were hoping, though, it is in vain. That's right. You really do catch on quick. So it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought she was your friend. We are friends, the gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty. I'm so very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've really had a really good time with you these last... How long's it been? Again? I don't remember. Neither do you. Now this little detail has slipped out through your minds, then it can't be all that important, though. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say the gravedigger, then what the or the mic cut then. Then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You don't understand, but you understand her reply even less. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says in a reasonably sort of voice. Reasonable sort of voice. Though burying somebody alive could never be thought as a reasonable action. I've been digging graves for a long time, see? You cannot see, it's too dark, but you affirm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anyone to put them in. Not for ages. It's rather sad. You think you know where the string of logic, twisted though it might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You would no good would come of it. All you can do for the present is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village. Not after the plague messing everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. I have somebody else I can bury. I'm not gonna let the opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother, I buried my father. I buried all my friends. I'm going to bury you too. It is sound logic, in a sense, as the a gravedigger giving up graves is her job. Something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah, yes. There's a bit of flaw in her with her reasoning, is there not? You're not dead, after all. You might not be dead now, Gravedigger says, in response to your ingenuity, but you will be, if given enough time. I mean, everybody else I've known has died. Who's to say you won't be next? Seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists in her poorly thought out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it long enough, you'll run out of oxygen. Then you'll suffocate. That or you'll starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one. You're unsure which death would be worse, though given how precarious your situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she is still here. You tell her, tearfully, that you would not leave her. Why would you? Try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow. The gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, but how can I tell you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. You never stay put in one place for long. You'd sick of me before long, then you'd leave me. This way, at least I can be sure we'll always stay together. If I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. Even took care to put you in a nice spot. That's my home. So you're only a stone throws away, really. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You don't say this, however. You don't say much of anything, because panic has set in. It's choking you, stopping up your throat, so you can only cry. You scream, you beg, and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She's already buried her little brothers. She has even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying you, she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she is going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. Might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening. Shush, shush, dear one. Gravedigger, very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night, while she confided in you all of her fears. Don't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll just be like, it'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest. While you rest, I'll tend to you. Plant flowers on a grave. You like that, wouldn't you? This way we can always be together, and I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks up, he begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt and the scraping of the shovel, and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream. You scream without cease, until your throat feels hoarse, and your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster. The lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin over and over as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You're all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box, which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It's so potent you can taste your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here, underground, forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, till the last of your energy escapes you, and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, now. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? You try to accept this fate of yours, rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Say, not much I can do. Very well then. Enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is a good night for now. This is not goodbye. You're gonna escape from me, even if you're buried deep beneath the earth. Where there is a will, there is a way. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you. I'll never be lonely again. Alright, well that's one ending. Now let's see what happens if I fight. Are you not happy with the hand fate has dealt you? Very well, I cannot blame you. It's quite grim ending. I do not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time, and I can only do so much of your screaming. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Oh. Rip Bozo, come on. Alright, well, no going to the village. Castle. Yeah, I mean, if we go to castle, there might be good food there. Sure. So it might be a pirate, I don't know. As far as I remember, pirates aren't very nice people, so. So, you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once your beleaguered, put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome prince that you're missing in us they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? Wow, that is so rude. This is far better to... Ah, my ears. This is far better... It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That was very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you'll uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only they brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy, and one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental, after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. Follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready in a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet feel very numb. Feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. The only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions, as you run, of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, and who will be kind and wise, and what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease. Thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child, the princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, soft pink lips and purse like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. Well, you mean how my classes? Well, I guess I am a warlock. I do hate hunter. I do hate the other two classes. Mainly hunters. Actually, I just hate hunters. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You're only guessing. Not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream. And you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Water. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, the cavalier, the cavalier, ca with a cavalier wave of her hands, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. The royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need. This does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people, and at the end of the day, they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless, selfless, selfish, and inconsiderate. There's no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. What do you mean the way I talk about peasants? When did I talk about peasants? I didn't talk bad about peasants. Did I? Am I subconsciously saying? Am I subconsciously saying racist things? You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time has begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and the awful nightmare which dwelt within it. It is cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now. And I read this before. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in the shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though. I like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see there are lights flickering within the narrow slitted windows. It appears that somebody's home. The king and queen, perhaps? One of their servants, perhaps more presently of their guards. You half expect, as you stand there, that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of king and queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with a dirty skirt? Be gone with you. You're not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather, they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. In other words, he gambled our money, all the money away. Whoops. Didn't mean to press up. You do not look like a young lady now. Yeah, right now. Though with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on the inside of the castle, but there is nobody outside of its perimeter, outside of its perimeter, standing a sentry. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates, which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior, are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? Come so very far, it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on. Go. You inhale, perhaps, and then attempt to screw up your courage, which has, at long last, begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief. Then you cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but you push with your palm, it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this, glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle grounds, they should have all been alerted by that sound. If they come for you at long last, what will happen should they catch you? If they throw you into dungeons? Does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding and panicked, a regular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You're thankful for your good luck, though it does not make you wonder, where is everybody? Why, it's almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown and press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Alright, wonder what the... Wow, a painting. Your entry to the castle is secured. You take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes, you glance about. You are standing in the vast entrance hall, made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. At the end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there's numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls. You cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? It's a curious conundrum. You must muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty halls in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello, you say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Voice echoes through the vast, empty halls, but is met, yet again, with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You'll never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination stand idle, you know. It's time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. Examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. There's some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of aeons past memorialized on portraits upon the walls. You muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through the seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. Push it. I gently open the door. Then you step inside the bed chamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand on the threshold of the chamber. Much of your courage extinguished and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It's a chamber so luxuriant, not even shadows can obscure the fine craft of furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. Water. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. This is most certainly a dress. Does it look like there's blood on the tassels? Anyway, she looked nice. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is about, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat. But it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She looks so striking that you cannot look away from her. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll, like me. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath the bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. The girl is of a similar age to you, but it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even some princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you're not afforded much more time to stand there marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl was pretty when first you observed her sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she is looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flame in her grate. Great. You can see that you are mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful. So much so, it is breathtaking. She looks as though she had stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. The doll in her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, she would likely not have been able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, seems oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. Well, she puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You are rather hopeless when it comes to them. Even worse than a knight errant from a courtly lich. Yeah, and the sharpness makes me... The sharpness of her dress and the red makes me think of, like, teeth. She's gonna fucking eat me, isn't she? This woman's gonna eat me, alright? She's gonna eat me, alright? Big ass castle, big fucking castle, alright? Clearly a vampire. Either that or she's just a weird cannibal. Although if she is a cannibal, finally a character I can relate to. You are rather hopeless when it comes to them. Even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, It's not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red and illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem like the type to hold a grudge. She has a fang. She has a vampire. It's a vampire. Oh, the girl says in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It is good to see you. I've been waiting. Ashley? As soon as you blink, perplexed at a response on the tip of your tongue, but you're unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large, there's quite a lot of space, and takes your hands in her own. You must be, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement. You must be my new lady's maid. Well, it's been a while, but it's such a relief that you've finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identities she might press upon you. You've never been a maid before, but you always, but you might not mind being a girl's maid, being just girl's maid. Yeah, like a personal butler, I guess. So it's like Sakia, it's like how Sakia is to Ramilia. She's just kind of a henchman, I guess. Right-hand man. Woman. Right-hand woman. Whatever. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? Is with blank bovine eyes you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, with her fingers sliding away from your own, or am I mistaken? Are you not the new lady's maid after all? Disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her. You do not know her. She is still a stranger, but you are stuck. You are struck. All of a sudden, with the intense you are struck with homo-lust. All of a sudden, with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You were not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid. But if that's what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country, and you have traveled for many miles. You do not know where you are, and you do not know who she is. What? You do not know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her. Though that is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you are a fugitive then, from another country. I see. I won't pry into your past, then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everyone in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were coming from the lips of another, you find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling, instead, that she is merely telling the truth. If you do not have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother are the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life. So, I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from? It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to someone from overseas. It's quite the opportunity. Girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be queen, after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. Makes sense. You suppose she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up on your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress. When you look at your feet, bashfully you stammered out a new address that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's alright. Think of it as... think nothing of it. Don't mind, really. You'll make mistakes. Anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. You nod. You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. Not from this world, after all. How wonderful. I'll look forward to picking your brain here later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same. So are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me that I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been there. Yeah, not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long, I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, so was one for her, one for her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids, my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. But they're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explained anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It's so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away. What of her parents, the king and the queen? They not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they are not. They died a long time ago, and I was raised, for most of my life, by my servants. When you answer, then you flush. You hadn't known. That's alright, you don't need to apologize. I'm just happy I have you here now. And I have you, what the fuck? I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. You're the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yeah. You doubt any doll, even one made by the talented artisan. A talented artisan. Artisan. Yeah, artisan. with an intelligent face and indistinguishable from humans, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. Also stony-lipped. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? Do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew. That curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. I explained why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me, yammering on again, yapping on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Do you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces, before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereat she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway, up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives, at long last, before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. Ugh. The ceiling is not not as high. The singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unamusing beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There's a malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air of one of the disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it's that it is cold in every room in her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. Princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you. Her eyes upturned like those of loyal dogs. She is concerned about your reaction to this room. Perhaps she is afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For Princess, she is softly eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, comes to its contents, but it's more than passable. It has a roof and four walls, and though it's cold, you fancy you will be warmer once you slip beneath the bed sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory as the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but something in my eye. But it does have one glaring improvement over the previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that the peace and quiet will do you a world of good. Tell the princess as much, and she smiles. Ah, that's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There are tens of beds up there, and they're so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. The housekeepers had known I'd been sulking around. I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. We couldn't put you up there though, in the attic with all those empty beds. I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not a scullery maid. You're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper's warned me enough times. You reassure the princess the contrary, smiling as you do. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. They're always scolded too back in this conservatoire for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's a bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow, if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All my old maids did. Princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You know, I expected there to be like a nice blanket, but I guess not. There's a mirror, I think. Those are cups, paintings, sea urchin on the bed, a fireplace, window. Princess departs, and in her absence, you take seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for dear life amongst the tall, imposing trees, with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You're indoors, inside a castle, no less. You have been given a room in which to sleep, and clothes that you might wear. Seems premature, still, to declare that you are out of the woods in a metaphor. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods in a metaphorical sense, I mean. But things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you, and change into night clothes hanging on the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed, slide beneath its sheets. Then, you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale, and lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You're so very tired. Your deep sleep is... Yeah, your sleep is a deep, dark one. Darker even than your furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. You humans. Though, in this case, I'd rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They're not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. Your images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a what the fuck is that? In a phenakistoscope. Was this game made by an alien? I don't know, maybe. Could have been. I don't know. What? What? What is that? Whatever. They are instead taken from your memories. You're not merely dreaming, you're remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory, and how they always hastened to use the shower first so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by all the girls who got there earlier. You struggled to find a seat once you finally get your hands some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors of mine. Why would they? For them, your father's prestige did not matter. And to them, they're all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. Even when everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? Sorry. Okay, now it's just pitch black. You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you're one of the smallest and the frailest, and yeah, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, and they remembered that you existed, of course. It was a lot of it was it was your lot in life as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then come the evenings. Girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out creases and wrinkling in there. And ironing out the creases and wrinkles in your uniforms. If there was an odd job that you needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead. And as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. Laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did. The slaps and the pinches. Once during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp. They perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned pale her face still turned as pale as whey, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at you in your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you cannot be more careful. The tone Her tone had been an accusatory one, as though as if you stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They were never punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wounds, when all... Yeah. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time, and on its own. Though it still left a scar, a white raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. Seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. This seems very unlikely. You know your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, the blood of your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. Alright, I'm gonna save. Alright, I'm going on break. Going on break. Break time. Hey, I'm back. I got water. Also probably drink the water. You feel disoriented when you awake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not know that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You're lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room. Actually, my phone's got a charge, so we just took my. Ignore that. It, ignore the sounds. Ignore the sounds. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? Does not look like your dormitory and the conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Ah, I got. Huh. Either you're gaslighting me, or I guess OBS doesn't pick up like things connecting and disconnecting. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. I remember now. You're running through the woods, trying to escape from. You shudder. You not what to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. Look to the foot of your bed and blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, two garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. There's nothing of the sort there. What do you mean? How could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that's the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It's far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against a humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them here? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You're not, you are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting inside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and em, em, eminently sensible. feel very far away from the girl you once knew. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You're no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Katie, bugs hate you because you ate the bugs. You gotta learn to appreciate them and what they do for the environment. Like bees, they pollinate everything, and flies. They may be annoying as shit, but they still they still help the process of, you know, getting rid of corpses. Do you want to go outside and just see a bunch of dead rats? Hmm? Do you? Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many rooms and many hallways to connect them. For a brief while, you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You're beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? Your foot... You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them. Then you find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, here it is. It is here, whatever. You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of a response. There's a tag on my shirt. Is the princess still in bed? You wonder briefly when you oughtn't. Okay, bugs do a lot, but come on, alright, bugs are really important. I remember hearing somewhere that, like, if all the bugs disappear, the world dies in, like, a day. Or something like that. At least a month, maybe. But bugs pollinate, they feed some of the bigger animals bigger than them, and then those animals feed bigger animals, and those animals feed even bigger animals, and then those even bigger animals feed us. So it's important. All right, bugs are important. Maybe I should be an entomologist. Anyway. You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord, but no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should tend to. Hey, I'm not the one controlling the bugs, alright? Go bother... Uh... I guess you can't really bother anyone, can you? Look, if you don't like the bugs, then deal with them yourself, alright? If you got a fly swatter, use it. If you have a hairspray and a lighter, use that too. Ignore the fact that it might burn your house down. Alright, it's on you. I just know the most effective ways. Though it is quite rude that you're killing all the bugs. Quite rude indeed. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the morning's light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view of how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing. It is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across the pillow like spilled gold. And her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest as a doll. The very same one she was cassetting? Cosette? What? You suppose this doll must be your favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you had learnt anything from the conservatoire, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, or sternly this time you'll not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh, the princess, defeated, the princess sighs. Alright, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. Oh my gosh, Marisa. I'm up. You don't need to nag at me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed, and you put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilette. You aid the princess in brushing of her hair, a chore which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess. Are you alright, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You're rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought you had learned your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened. You finished the princess's hair and set the brush aside. After the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any notion of divesting herself of her nightgown. Surely does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that alright? Yes, the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You've never seen a naked woman before accepting yourself. Even then, however, you've always... There's a new... Yeah, that's nice. Even then, however, you've always dressed and undressed first, big, I decrease text speed. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way you look. Right. You have never much liked the way that you look. Make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's alright. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. You are not sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands and begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder, to the windowsill and sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress on undressing her again. Dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown. Her motions, once again, as graceful as fluid as it answers. As this task completed, you search hurriedly, warily, for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle down the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. These weak arms are heavy. He's palming on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. She's nervous to drop something. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily as you research the princess, standing there all the while as naked as the day she was born. Why do you not find her? Personally, I don't really. I'm just gonna, just in case, just in case, just in case, just in case. Just in case I get to see a eye full of a naked woman. I wouldn't want that to be on my YouTube channel, would I? What a fool you are. The princess, noting your panic, giggles and says, "Are you looking for my dress?" Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you were doing. I thought so. I did wonder, before you started to undressing me, why you'd not ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind? Slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You're too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bare skin to think about how best to conceal it. My dress is in my armoire, the princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to entire whole ballroom's worth of princesses. I like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Will you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it's rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It's just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn, whatever, with and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. Okay. Wow, you look at that, it's like moving magic. It's like movie magic. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. Is there still? Yeah, it looks like there's blood on the tassels. Why is it like the mirror? She's showing up the mirror vampire. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin's concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, and I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you assured the princess that you did nothing, really, nothing beyond her job. You not knew anything incredible. In any case, being complimented by someone so pretty is embarrassing. Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I, when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to, anyway. Okay. Thought my internet shut out. I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. You have to count yourself lucky, really. With all this excessive blushing that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. It's a vampire, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's a vampire. She's gonna eat me. You are making yourself quite the easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. I can't think of any particular objections to Ray's remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in the mind of a crypt. With her acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by castle walls, which look, in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, And neither is it particularly warm. Courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. Flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in into a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. Don't talk about coffins. Don't tell me that in every route they just kind of talk about what happens in the other ones. I am gonna get eaten at the end of this, aren't I? The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambles? Gambles. Gambles. She gambles like a lamb. He gambles like a gotcha. Like a gotcha. Gotcha fan. She gambles like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty. Do you think they are gorgeous, dear one? Flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose? Huh. They make for they make for a fine spectacle, in fact. A welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are a rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full they seem to almost droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty in a sense, but there is something unsettling about them too, something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers, which are struggling to grow from within this garden? It was a fanciful thought, but oh, they're simply divine. Look at these roses. Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. I could use a bit of color. Princess reaches out, so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place among its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But our princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she is not. Who do you think she was? You? You don't have to say that. Rather than worrying about other people, you should be better served if you worry more about yourself. Princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and the nails, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A moment's silence. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now, let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose, and all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess's like blood. These petals flutter around the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than strains of a pianola. A piano? What's a pianola? Is that a bigger piano? She loves me, she loves me not. She loves me, she loves me not. Princess's fingers hover over the final petal which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me, I knew it." You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one that you are familiar with. The girls at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones at least, who believe in that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that's a different matter altogether, isn't it? Bam! These bitches gay! Good for them. Good for them. Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess would care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet, like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. I mean, this girl's life does seem pretty sad, and sad things can be funny. Everyone, yeah, everyone is these days. Everyone's a wee bit fruity, or something. Actually, put the luggage in front of the other end. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it's different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my! The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles. As smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? Can't tell? Cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring to you. Must be boring you. The princess says, tossing the rose's strip stem carelessly into the ground. You should give it a try, please. Please do. It'll be fun. Princess retrieves the second rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you, too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks very determined. You would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real causality of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offer, but oh no. You're clumsy and you seize the stem of the You're clumsy and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there's more to the rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, in fact. A fact you are now being painfully reminded of. Flare, paint flares from your finger and you gasp. Take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. That is a lot of blood. Your finger is stinging and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding, Princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I had not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. How's she going to do that? Perhaps she's meaning to take a handkerchief from her pocket with which she might staunch your wound. No, she's gonna start suckling on the finger. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly disperse kisses as favors. It simply is not done. Can you kiss my boo boo? That is what you always thought, but please hold still. This might sting a little bit. Princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender hand. White, slender fingers around her hand, carefully, as though she is handling a precious object. She raises her hands. She raises your hands, her eyes affects all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She looks her. I don't know. It's kind of like that sometimes. She. What did I say? What did I say? She licks her lower lip. She then dips her head. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. There's a full... Oh, wow. Man. God, I wish Sarah me. Anyway. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless. Almost startling so. Startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin, and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. Don't use that word. You did not expect it. Okay, honestly, who would? Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing. No? The princess glares up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm stopping the bleeding. Yes, you gather as much, but Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she is making you uncomfortable, per se, but this is rather awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. Yes, we can confirm this is definitely a vampire, not a human. Definitely a vampire. And is she not worried about this being that? And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic. Princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocent, which is funny, really, given that your finger is nestled between her tongue. Don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with your mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my ladies' maids look after me then. Very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously. Because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood will flow to your face rather than your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep sucking on it, but she still is. You're not accustomed to the intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. The princess knew what her mouth was doing to you. You're sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. But you do not. But it would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. Still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. Days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden. And relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you are working for the princess. Yet you would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties that you were subjected to by your classmates of the conservatoire. But they no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besotted with her, but you're yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? Princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night she chooses to make them known to you. You're in the princess's chambers later, perhaps than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there's little light save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That into the fire which crackles in the grate. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess' plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one. Do not go just yet. Perplexed, you pause and look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually... Oh, Juan. Is she alright? Oh, I'm fine. Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. What do you... And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. It's very windy, besides. I'm afraid there will be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded through the gardens earlier, was gray and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone and is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier, by comparison, that will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly uncomfortable. I know, what's it called? Vulnerable. Will she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You never want your mistress to feel unhappy. Okay, I thought someone called for me. I guess not. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased, perhaps, that you are taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it's so very late, but would you mind sitting with me for a little while longer and reading me, provided you can, and reading to me, provided that you can, of course? This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course, you could read. You are, of course, in many subjects, in many aspects of the conservatoire, but you had something a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you've ever been good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible, I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't, where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that they like. Water. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask what the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak, the pages brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please. The princess's request seems a simple one, expressed sweetly. So much so, you see no reason to refuse her. Take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed. Sinks beneath your weight. Then you, then retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in the... Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. She reaches the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome. They lived happily ever after. The princess sighs, as though this tale has touched her very soul. That there was a... yeah. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says, somberly. Or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark, and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling. And you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect it, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, hmm? As my maid, should my happiness come first before any silly ideas of propriety? Well, of course, you reply, but for a princess to marry a scullery maid, you're still hung up about that. Princess titters? Titters. Titties. Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that could ever happen. Why, there is no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, but though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. Can't help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. Nuance? That's not how you spell nuance. That was nuisance. But by the same token, you not feel a touch disappointed. Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says, but I'm not sleepy yet. It's so storming outside. Why don't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply. Well, it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one. You choose a short one, I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. This is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last, impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes five, and even then, when the candles switch flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, and the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, needy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request is that of more. If she were comely, perhaps your inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed, so... I know. The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? Oh, I wish a nice lady would ask me if I could sleep with her. Not like sex, just like, you know. If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it's easy enough to answer. Of course you'd like to sleep with her. It'd be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? Must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be... The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me, after all? Sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her, in no uncertain terms, that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well, well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come. 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 And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She is already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you are a knight errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons. She bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no. Oh no, you say. I can possibly let you do that, but I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't mind a bit of a role reversal. It makes things more fun. Try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy. She might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them, so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now, come in. It must be horribly cold out there. These sheets are quite warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. You feel warm yourself as you slide into the bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess often wears, as red as the roses in the castle grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does that princess know what an effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims once your body is lying beside hers. That's much better. You feel cozy now, dear one. You swallow, and with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed. She said, come! Come! Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know. When I'm with you, I'll be safe. Strange, but the princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though I'm nothing in the world. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you, I promise. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by your thoughtfulness. Though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? In a way, the princess replies after a pause. But you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all a part of the job description. You were unaware being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign, say, becoming a doctor, or an astrophysicist, or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this, sleepily, and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think, only half conscious, you think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long time. I've been running for even longer. Now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling, like a couple of wild cats, locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death. But you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warmth of blankets around you, you are soothed by the princess's presence, and you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed. A nice, warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. Wow, there's exactly 6. You're not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not you are not, in fact, lying at all. You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. Curve your back pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Hmm. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Your feet, which are bare, similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid, you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much, you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. So, eh. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's a bed chamber. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You're standing instead, you realize, the sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside of you, to a staggering degree, when you catch notice of the stench. You're not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. Yet others here, others attired in simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress you once wore. The others, which are with you, however, in this expansive cell, are manacled to the wall, are in no fit to speak to you, nor tell you of their plights. They're unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They're all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There's no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped. Some sort of burgundy goop, which might have once been pale pink. There's another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller statue. She's skinnier. Perhaps she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent, like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack thereof, did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors, alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wells, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite to her, and the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there, you see a woman who's missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another woman who's missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have been they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you. At last, it's no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your strengths are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises in your throat, cold and icy. Terror seizes your heart. This too glacial. This is obviously... It is obvious that escape is impossible. But still, you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There's little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrist more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not have worked. It would not work. The very definition of insanity it is, forming a set of actions over and over again, hoping for a different response. Is gambling insanity? Is gambling insanity, guys? Give it a probably. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl. And if that will do you, and if that will do you any good, the clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather startling to get on my nerves. It's rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down here in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now, she has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold and hospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lit, lilting steps. It would seem that you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem that you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She's standing a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you awoke, but once again the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place, after all, for a princess. It's horribly cold down here, so very drab. And there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. What does she mean by what did she say? Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already, waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. With that, you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You're completely powerless. Princess reaches out and places a hand on your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, is less so than the frigid air of the dungeon. Yeah, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Wow. The fucking back of her dress kind of looks like bat wings too, bro. She is absolutely going to eat me. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. What do you mean by that? You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can. But, though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances are rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl. The princess says in a cajoling sort of voice, as you might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me. We've been together. Eh. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why, then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, it must be the one who chained you who... She must be the one who chained you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so naturally to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing. Please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means... Naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again. That word seems grossly inappropriate given all which isn't transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Prisoning her servants in a dungeon and letting them die. Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it than that, though. No, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says, in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative. You've been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough, not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. Princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, did not expect that. Princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. A giggle even lighter than her meringue, and just as airy. This is just as inoffensive. It is just as inoffensive. I can see you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs, a beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. Oh, oh my, oh, weird. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least. She still had the breath to speak, of course. Look at the princess. Where else is there to look for you? Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affixed to her face. She's still smiling. There's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you're only imagining that there's something sinister about her smile. It's easy to see things which do not really exist in your surroundings, are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She's not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. And simple, really, like I said. You were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? Question had crossed your mind, yes. You're sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away? No. Is that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful now. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, but I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because they don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too. Let she know. You suppose you ought to be more. You suppose you ought to be not. Yeah, you suppose you ought not be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. Princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So I killed them. I killed my servants too. Though they did a more thorough job with I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They're all fusty old men. But I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, my undermaids, my scullery maids, my housekeeper, my cooks, my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They're so very dear to me, I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why would you ask? Why, you asked the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude unless you have any better ideas. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded, you stare at her. I don't know. There's better ways of love. Like marriage, sex, gifts, being intimate, not fucking eating them. You know precious little about love yourself, so it's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal. But you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be to increase wages or increase holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing. Oh, dear one, that is funny, but why should I care about the law? I am a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That's a good point. But wouldn't eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool. You know, no matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had populace govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess. I'm a princess in nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she systematically slaughtered all of her domestics? Doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you're a commoner. Yeah, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. The machinations of my mind are an enigma. Are an enigma. Privately, you doubt anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thoughts process. Largely because it is unreasonable. You not say that, though. Said you ask her the only question you can think to ask. With your weary throats, which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? Princess blinks. Because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later. They whether they have pledged allegiance to me or not is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant, even to me, a monarch. That's why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you would, when you think about it, they should be grateful that I demean myself so, consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see. I treat all my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And, naturally, I love you too. You've been awfully nice to me. And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together. Forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brush against your cheeks. You can feel it too. The warmth of her breath as it ghosts against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse, though this might sound something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best part to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really, the princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see, in alarming lack of light, lack of anything, in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. Feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm and the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way, but this, too, comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping on it with great, greedy gobbets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You're sure, as your unconsciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this love of hers. A love which is very abundant. It borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princess eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses fantasy. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior. The princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back desperately. You gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder. Still, with your blood, she splits her jaw apart. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanely sharp, glint wickedly, like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There's so much blood you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It's so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves proves to be beyond you, that with what with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin, your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions that led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours, and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? What? Really? You're fine with being eaten in a dark, dingy dungeon, and being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that is what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That is what I have always done. After all, from the moment we first met, I've dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood is mingled with that of the princess's. I'm not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I'll never leave you. And you will never be lonely again. A love that consumes. Right? How does it feel to be adored so ardently? Alright, well, I got eaten. By the way, the princess is such a relatable character, just saying. Not because she not like her personality, not the fact she eats people. Anyway. Oh. What's that? How about the Alright. I got there's not too much more, probably. Either way, I really have got to piss, so another break, yay. has come to my attention that my my chat has not been updating. Just hello. I'm back. Turn, load, that. That's a good answer. I must admit I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry, keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You're destined for far greater things than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. What? Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Yeah, the one path I can take. So, you want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there's a number of adventures still awaiting you. Have you prepared yourself in advance? I do hope for your own sake that you learn how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. Follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. No more than a wisp of a girl. You can lie down. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kind fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, the face you have lifted from fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He'll have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. Do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. Only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you do it. How much time, you say? Haven't we been over this before? The forest is behind you now. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It's still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. See the moon more clearly. It's hanging above your head. Moonlight shines down on the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. Don't trip. You felt, upon escaping the woods, a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale, then you frown. Now what are you to do? You did not think of this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There's little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? I don't know. And you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head, and what of your weary legs? Fitfully, you look around. There's nobody to your east, there's nobody to your west. There's no point in looking south, that's the way you came, and when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it's too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you. You are on your own. You feel so overwhelmed, you could very well cry. But you do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now, you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. Keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid you might slip and take a sudden unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not as attracted. Fuck. You're not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for... You still care... Fuck. You still care for yourself, if only a little. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes, as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? Here you hurry onwards, the hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There's a house, after all, out here in the wilds. Though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered, not so far from the cliffs, is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops the dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, mostly bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you would not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings. What do your misgivings matter, really, when there is nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it is empty. It is rather late at night, after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you'll never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty breeze. Yeah, the taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then you wrap the knuckles of your right fists on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, much more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still, you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm, but for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door and pull it down. To your surprise, it yields easily. To more surprise, actually works. You wouldn't think this place has like locks or anything. It feels almost as if this is preordained. Uh, you step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It's hard to see given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior. Which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small, cramped cottage, such as this, with holes in the roof. Close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together. Soothed by the sounds of the winds and the distant rolling of waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It's not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and worst of us do it, from queens and their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why, who is it to say that you have observed tonight Why? Who is to say that all you have observed tonight is not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside of a dream? Perhaps your dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another, like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They're not. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a more pernicious sort. In your dreams, you are at the conservatoire, with your red hair tied back into two prim, proper braids. You are walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as to not look at the faces of your passing classmates, not want to meet their eyes. These girls with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as to not draw their attention, but alas, it is not enough. You stumble clumsily. Thing you stumble, clumsy thing you are, and you fall. And just like that, all eyes are upon you. They're staring at you. They're laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knees hurt. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, at a girl taller than you, and prettier, and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? Cannot hurt to try, can it? Nice size, Mick, I know you're there. Water. Cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out and accept her offered aid. Her fingers curled around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig deep into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you up to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knees still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. Girl's hands are on your shoulders. She is laughing at you. Then she is pushing you. Sounds of the fountain and the running water, which drums against your basin, is all of a sudden very loud. It is overwhelming. I don't know. I don't know what song that is. Seismic, can you stop? It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It's as cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No. I do not want to remember this. What good will it do you? It is in the past, where the past ought to remain. You are never going to go back, not even in your dreams. Is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start? You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and, with half-lit eyes, you glance about. It's still dark inside of your cottage, sky visible from beyond the windows splashed, still with stars. How long were you asleep? You're not sure. Your dream is so very detailed, it really did feel that you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, fetid water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you have expected to find that your clothes were damp. Not in this case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Now well, now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You are very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet and stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky, into the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors, howling like an injured animal, and more softly the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. What does that sound? This is not why, it's almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor the individual syllables, but there's a haunting quality to it. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one, which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally, that is another matter altogether. You really should have learned your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough between your grasping fingers and opens with a click. I need a... water. Door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it's colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold and hospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your side. Then you step out into the unknown. You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice, as it hangs on the breeze. It would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs, where they stop. 30. Ow. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs, where they drop downwards into the empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice is yet to cease. You can still hear it echoing in your head. Just go around. Like just starting from here, you go around, you go there, and you go down, and then you're at the beach. Probably. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep, and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, the tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. Cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes are not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of perches, particularly when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself onto the shore. In one piece, preferably. The wind is so powerful, it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder, during your descent, if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you into the rocks below. Well, if that is what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. And be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. Continue to climb, and how long have you been at it now? Until, at long last, your feet meet the shoreline below. Oh, that's quite nice. It's very obviously, like, daybreak in this picture. You have made it, and you do not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. Flex your fingers and feel uncomfortable and numb, and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones, where it ought to be. The vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore, on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, ragged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore and recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs ahead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphire, but this ocean is different. It's so late at night, it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. Oh. You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then, at long last, you see her. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds her otherworldly aura. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft, like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. You are... very specific wording there, game. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender. It's the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, It's nothing like I've ever seen before. It is here, and here alone, the woman betrays her narrow human definitions of beauty. Her legs are non-existent. Rather than Rather than two awkward appendages, the woman has instead the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. The unusual sight makes you gasp, but quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help it. But you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would have been even ruder. Oh my. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision, sitting upon the rock, is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercingly... her gaze is... fuck. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she is looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside of your chest, as if by some manner of spelling... as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when you first observed her, sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she is looking at you, however, and you can see you were mistaken. She is not just pretty. She is beautiful. So much so it's unnerving. She looks as though she's a picture book, just too perfect to belong in this world. She's some kind of vision, thing, and anything. But no, she is none of those things. Her tail may be an impossible thing. The tails are extra thick and regardless. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They seem almost to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation. The surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which were once pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She is smiling. My. It really is good to see a human again. Particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared and I no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My. This is quite the effusive reading. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet, girlish variety. She is rather more whatever, than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I am afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but no one has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to think that... I was beginning to wonder your kind had disappeared altogether. No, it's not. I thought it would be like a bigger tail. It's not. Got spikes. Water. I'd feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water surface, and your kind had been eradicated. Maybe. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You are still here. Yes, well, I can see that. The mermaid answers with a slight laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I have always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering sitting here night after night all on my own. It gets so lonely here. What a strange set of words. So, dear human, did you say that you are unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be, at times you are not so very self-centered that you cannot detect a note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident, as she looks at you, that she is hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one you can furnish with her. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, so this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived at the shore, and you are unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. You don't know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land, but if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, whatever, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You're still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity of the human realm? Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful, naturally, for your company, although, wistfully the mermaid sighs. I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and its inhabitants. This makes you wonder. Is there a particular person from this village he was close to? So you were able to figure that much out, the mermaid answers with a small smile. You are an intelligent one, are you? Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You're always awful when it comes to academics, mathematics in particular. Never get your head around all the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are here. It's just you, now, and the mermaid. And she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her it was nothing more than a lucky guess. For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You're quite right, I did have a close friend from a nearby village. She was very dear to me. Eternally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. There are many humans in this world, of that I know. The human who spoke to me, however, was special. She was my human. You not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. She would not come to me she would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and then we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. On on her on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from drawn from the fuck from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean all my life, cannot count countenance working as hard as she did, but bore her she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Our conversation was engaging enough, and I knew, though our continued encounters, through our continued encounters, she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. The, wisp, the wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel, for brief moments, a flicker of some ugly primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? Is it? It is painful, isn't it? To hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a matter. You have for many years been woefully alone. But you're not alone now. You're with the mermaid, and she is with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit. It seemed like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. The farmhand not stretching. Wait. Huh. I only get 6. A second. Go check a thing. The farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when you ask, did she disappear? I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently both above and below the surface. We humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and trace labels on everything. You have names for your seasons and for your months, and even for your days of the week. It's all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? A mermaid does not look that much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs. A soft, tinkling sound of a bell, which makes you blush. Are you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You know, you have always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic or variety, but of stories, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at. Again, it's hard for me to quantify, but to put it in turn in a hum, yeah, but to put it in terms a human like you can understand. I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries? It's quite the surprise. Perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been waiting for that for quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons. Might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the patches of time. I have experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me. She would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I am asking for an impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fears that something must have happened to her, or to her family, or perhaps to her whole village. You can feel her worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless, like the ocean. You cannot let yourself indulge it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. I'm gonna get drowned by this lady, aren't I? Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You're only a traveler after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought you might say that. It's quite unfortunate, but, well, I ought not to reflect upon all that I am missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You do not approach me, I am sure, with the hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead, for it is all I do have. I still have my long, long life which stretches before me like a gold cord. And of course, I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon, for my absence is noticed, but will you not come visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I've always enjoyed speaking to humans. They make me feel less alone. Can't help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she truly does not wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you, instead, as a substitute for the farmhand that she has been missing so very ardently. Though the thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it, still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things, it makes your self-esteem sting. Try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. She is. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You would, you tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you. I have been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. Does she not smile you wonder, after her friend disappeared? I did not, no. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You're not callous and unfeeling, like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You're much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If only she knew. If if the mermaid was aware, I wonder of how petty you are and how jealous. Would she still care for you? Well, that's neither here nor there. You agree with the mermaid. Come sundown the following night. Then make your slow, stumbling way back to the cliffs, then to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallets, and then you close your eyes. The sighing of the wind outside and this rolling of the roiling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a murish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where is all that gone? Do you not think you are being a bit complacent now? Oh well, you will. Definitely will. I feel like we already know how this is gonna end. I'm gonna get drowned by the mermaid. So do I just uh I feel like we're just kind of filler for what we know is going to happen. All right, we know we're gonna get drowned by the mermaid. All right, it's gonna be like, oh, I'm a whimsical mermaid. Oh, I'm so nice. You humans are so nice. And then she's gonna be like, oh, I can't go another day without you. So I'm a fucking drown you so you can be with me underwater. It's so nice. It's so nice with you underwater. It's so nice. Let's be honest, all right? We know how this is gonna end. We all know how this is gonna end. This is gonna end with doomed Yuri, all right? This is doomed Yuri. That's the point of this game. Doomed Yuri. You rise from your pallet. You remember that you're in the shittiest shack of your life and you're hungry as hell. And you think about stuff. You go find food. I don't know. Leave cottage. Set off. Meanderings. The oh. Oh. Oh, what's one of these? The flowers are like your hair, really? Oh, what kind of flowers are these? Oh, gift! Wow, how nice. How nice. A gift for your new friend. A gift for your new friend who's definitely not going to drown you. A gift for your new friend who's definitely not going to drown you. Totally not. Totally not. I guess I found food. All right, let's go to sleep. Oh, it's nighttime. Go to the mermaid. Go to, the mermaid is perched up on these rocks. At least they seem to. Wow, they're back. Wow, we're back with the mermaid. We're back with the mermaid, and nothing bad is gonna happen with the mermaid. Nothing bad is gonna happen with the mermaid. Totally not. Totally, yep. Yeah. And she's probably gonna talk about stuff. Oh wow, you gave her a flower crown. That's so nice. That's so nice of you. So nice to be a main character. And is she not gonna put it on? Not gonna at least put on the fire crown? Wow, wow, it's so intriguing conversation. It's so cool, so cool and intriguing. So it's so cool. So oh there it is, flower crown. It looks quite nice. Wow, 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 they're having such an in-depth conversation, and I bet you is gonna end with is gonna end with the main character sleeping with a mermaid for whatever reason. Oh, I guess we're waiting. Oh, the mermaid's back. Wow. Wow, the mermaid's back. She back. I wonder what she did. Oh, it's a gift. A gift for me. Wow. Oh, it's a shell. Wow, I got a shell. I got a shell. How nice of her. Yay. Wow, I'm not one. Man, I can't take compliments because I'm a girl failure or something. I don't know. I'm a girl failure, so I can't take compliments. I guess I don't fucking know. Something. Just whoa, whoa. Did we sleep with the mermaid? Days pass. So it's time. Yeah, you should come real good friend with the mermaid. Come good friend with mermaid. You should go to mermaids. I was wondering when you'd be here. Uh, it's like wait, in Sunshine. I wish to show you is under the water. There's a lot of cool things under the water that I really want to show you under the water. There's but I know I got but I know the best way the best way to show someone to take someone under the water is to take them under the water. And under the water, there's a lot of cool thing under the water. So we're gonna go under the water, and I'm gonna get drowned because we're going under the water, and then we're gonna under the water, under the under the water, 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 under the water. Under the water, under the water. We're going under the water. Can you believe it? We're going under the water. Got it. Oh. Wow, we're going under the water. Can you believe it? We're going under the water. Under the water. Under the water. Under the water. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. Who's porous yellow? Who's yellow and porous is he? SpongeBob SquarePants. You just realized. Oh yeah, humans aren't really meant for the water. I think. Oh, it's an accidental drowning. Is it? Is it? I assume this seems. No, wait, no. Oh, no, yeah, this was intended. She's a yandere, and she's drowning you, so you can be with her forever. Wow, wow, and now I'm drowning, and now I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna be dead real soon. Oh, it's not like I can do much. An anticlimactic answer at this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I mean, like that. I am sure you are well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you have made. There's no need for me to belabor you at this point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I am rather tired of scolding you. So instead, I think I'll content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to cassette you. I know I have said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You'll never be alone again. Got an achievement. That isn't the end. That isn't the end. There's 3 paths, yet there's actually 4. Could always go back. I like it. I like that look on your face. It is a look of determination. The self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you are not happy with this ending. You did not come all this way after all to drown. That is quite the indecorous demise, regardless how many fine stones and shells a mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side, or a good side of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliche. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Wow. Maybe not all roads lead to Seoul. So you've come back here, have you? That does not come as much of a surprise. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it is not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact on your ultimate fate. In the end, well, you were always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought that you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips in sharp, ragged gasps, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated, as though you have been punctured. The blood rushing through your temple is a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy. Your legs, in particular, may no longer wish to obey you. Take a stumbling step forwards, your foot gets caught in a tree root. You're certain that you passed this route once already, and that you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forwards. Dull and senseless, like a sack full of potatoes. Your arms hit the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead on your eyes, wet and salty, tears which you cannot stimmy. You are not as resilient as a gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody, at the very least, would be able to tell that you're crying. But you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand, but you the energy, and I do the energy, but you know, as you sit there, dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been put through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I have not been very kind to you, but you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why, then, are you crying? You've always been a crybaby. A baby girl. That's why they teased you so much, because they knew they would be guaranteed a reaction. You're very predictable. Even now, after you try to borrow my power for your own purposes, you've not changed at all. As you sit there sobbing, you hear, no, you think you can hear, footsteps approaching you. There to your right is the snapping of a twig. There to the left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife point by anxiety. So panicked, feel as though you're going to be sick. If you vomit, if you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There's nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I have always been here, you know. I'll always be here, no matter how fast you try to run, or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor, sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? The track to the witch is binding. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you, I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It's time for me to collect my collateral. Soft gasp escapes your throats as you feel arms wind their way around your back. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They are mine. I have been watching you all night. But this is the first time I have reached out to you in so direct a manner. Bones. It's like a witch doctor. That's what she meant to be. Witch doctor has they have a lot of bone, right? Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It is beating very quickly, like startled rabbits. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I am holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether using that book you found in the library. You're desperate enough then to turn to the You're desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. Pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored and you entreated, and you wheedled and you whined. And though I had some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice. On the face of your desperation, you did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, someone who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you are being awfully cruel yourself to run from me after I made all your wishes come true. I did think, you know, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking your eyes out so you might never see anybody other but me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so nobody might ever think you are beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my head, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I did not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. Always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. That's why I had to drown you, you see. That's why I had to bury you. That's why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you're very lucky. You know that? There are few people in this world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are few people in the world who claim to have been loved by a witch. You've experienced so much love, I ought to have select even your unquestionable list. And never be lonely again. Wow. I'm not reading all that. Seem to be missing something. I'm missing a thing. Hmm. Hmm. There's more to this, isn't there? There's still that eighth one, so. Speedrun time, Uh, right. Ah. Deja vu. Have you been in this place before? Hmm. Yeah, we've already read this. I've already read this. Wow, we're at the ocean. Wait, let me. Cool. We've been through this before. Been through this. I've been drowned by the mermaid. I've been buried by the gravekeeper, grave digger, and I've been eaten by the princess. And there's that mysterious eighth one. There's a mysterious eighth cinematic, and I want to see it. I'm very positive. I'm always positive, man. Probably. I don't know, it depends on how you see me. I mean, like, I don't really talk very positively. In the sense I don't really have much emotion in my voice, but... She sells on the seashore. I'm doing good. Yeah, I guess this is a good time to, like, talk, chat. Except you're the only one here. Guess I can check Discord. Yeah, it's still gone. Marvelous Rivals playtest. Not Marvel Rival, whatever. Heck, it looks awful. So, eh. Castle. Yeah, it is. Oh my god, we're in a castle. It's so cool. It's so big. There's so much castle going around. Oh my god, it's a woman. Oh my god, it's a doll. Oh my god, it's a woman again. Why does her clothes look like she's got like a bunch of teeth on them? That was the first thing I saw. Alright. Literal immediate first reaction to her. Why does it look like her fucking dress is covered in teeth? Why is it like that? Exactly. Because she fucking eats you at the end of the at the end of her route. Yeah, she strips naked at some point, and then it's just like, I can't see. We don't see her naked because that would be bad. Wow, a rose is so red. It's such a red rose. Such a red rose. Oh no, I'm bleeding. Oh no, I accidentally gripped the rose too hard. I wonder what she'll do. Oh my god, she's sucking on my finger. What the fuck? Damn, these bitches gay. Good for them. The most doomed of Yuri. I guess that's the title of this stream. Whatever. Excitement. This is pure unadulterated excitement. There's probably some things that change throughout the versions, but like, you think I'm gonna bother fucking. Oh my god, I'm gonna get eaten. Oh no. Oh no, she's gonna eat me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that hurts. Stop. No. Then I go to the village. I go to the village and I look at the village. It's the village. I knock on the doors and then I find a church and then I find the graveyard and then I find the grave digger. You know, she digs the graves and she's my my. I'm not doing that joke. And then we we go to her house, which is kind of nice. And then she talks about how everyone in her family fucking died, and everyone in the village also fucking died. So there's like no one else in the world, I guess. I don't know. And then there's just like really depressing music, and then we keep going, and we keep going, and we keep going, and then we keep going, and we keep going, and we keep going. Okay, we keep going. All right. Do you understand that? We keep going. We keep going. Okay. I hope we can comprehend this. All right. All right. Wow, there's so many. Wow, oh wow, what a nice room. At least the bed isn't covered in a dead man sweat and pustule juice. Ugh. It's just pus, whatever. Wow, this gravekeeper girl is so nice. Her shovel's at the wrong angle. That's not how shovels work. It's not how shovels work. It's nighttime. We have soup, and then I get really sleepy from the tea, and then yeah, it's good soup, good soup. I go to bed. The gravedigger knocks. I was like, "Oh, are you good? Yeah, I'm good. Oh, let me. Oh, I can probably help. Let me. I'll go get my brush. I'll brush your hair." And say, man, I'm so sad. I hope you don't leave me. I I'm your lonely. I'm your lonely. I'm your lonely. All right. I wish my parents were dead. And I'm gonna start crying or something. I don't know. I don't fucking remember. This goes on for way longer than I remember it. Okay, there we go. It was a sad girl. Then we go. Uh, 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 oh no, I'm in a coffin. Oh no. Uh, okay. Wait, wait, there's something. My, this is certainly unexpected. I had rather thought after everything you've been subjected to, you would no longer wish to continue this farce. I was fully prepared for you to forfeit yourself, and at long last, my loving embrace. I'm ready to embrace you, should you so desire it, and cradle you within my unassailable affection. It seems you are not ready to submit, not quite yet. Being buried alive twice over has not been enough to diminish your determination. You still wish to fight against me, as if you have any hope of succeeding. Your efforts are all futile. Do you not know that? I am far, far stronger than a skinny human like yourself could ever even begin to contemplate. You would be better served if you gave in. But perhaps I have not loved you so eff, effu, effusively enough. Not just yet. If you are to learn anything, I must first beat it into your thick skull of yours. Will you listen to me then? I only want what is best for you, you know. Hurting you hurts me too. But if that's what you want, so be it. Let's go back to the beginning once again. The fate is in your hands. At least, that's what you might think. You and I both know, however, that this was never the case. You still belong to me, and I will never let you forget that. Now, continue to struggle. Do your very best. It will not work, but it should be entertaining, if nothing else. Give up? There, you see, are you happy now? I told you that there was no use repeating this night, yet you failed to listen. You have been drowned, buried, and consumed once more, and for what? Do you feel as though you've made any progress in your attempts to escape from me? Once again, you find yourself as you were at the end of your last foray into my forest full of nightmares. You're kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they are bleeding, and your skirt tattered and torn. Try to inhale, but it hurts. It feels as though your lungs have been punctured by a pair of embroidery scissors. When you swallow, you can taste the salt upon your tongue. You blink, but so very dark, fear you cannot see. There is a heavy, leaden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though somebody is shoveling soil upon you. Your body is cold, as though it has been sapped of all warmth. Your blood, which is ought to flow through your veins, feels as though it is frozen. Or or it has been purged from your body altogether in rust-red gobbets. Have you not had enough of this now, silly thing? I'm saying this for your sake, you know. Just as much as I am mine. Though I must have trapped you, hence. I did it only because I care for you. I only want for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing, save stretching your mind beyond its limitations. It is already, I fear, been stretched thin enough. Humans are not designed to die as incessantly as you have. One death might be enough to finish most of your kind off, if you have endured 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? Then do not run from me. Let me console you. Let me embrace you. Let me love you. What do you say to that? Cat got your tongue? Oh, no matter. You will not need your tongue to speak while we are together. It is an unnecessary appendage. However much you might wish, one day, sweetness, to whisper sweet nothings to me. I am an all-powerful witch, after all. I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you are thinking. Yes, that is right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You don't need to blink. You do not need to even breathe. Now that you are finally mine, I will cut off your tongue, and I'll pluck out your pretty little eyes, and I will... No. I beg your pardon. What was that, dear one? Huh? I said no. I am not your dear one. I never wanted this. What? You would defy me still after all you have endured? Were 6 deaths not enough for you, you gluttonous girl? Do you wish for more? I just wished for a friend. I didn't want to be lonely. You ensnared me. You tricked me. Well, I never. What bold accusations. They are not true, though. You know, these bald-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I am no Mephistopheles. I was very upfront when we first met. I said if you wish to make a contract with me, it will cost you. It is your own fault that you did not listen. You accepted my terms, and now you are paying the price. Now, if you will come with me, my dear. I am not your dear. Really now, this has all become rather tiresome. I must insist that you cease this childish outbursts at once, or else... Or else what? Will you cut off my tongue? You pluck out my eyes? Or you stole my name? It's coming back to me. What? No, no, that should be impossible. You gave your name to me. You gave your soul to me. You pledged your heart and your body to me, and now... And now, I want them back. I'm tired of these games too. Lydia, you remember my name? I do now. Called Medea, and I... No, stop it. I'm called Rosette. It can't be. I know you're stubborn, but... I learned how to be stubborn. I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me. And now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please, don't go. Don't leave me. We made a contract, you and I. That you said you want a friend. I promised to be that friend. I promised I would always be there for you. Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. And what of me? What am I supposed to do? You? You can rot for all I care. What? No, Rosette. I call after you, retreating back, but you do not heed my words. Do not turn your head. Once, it was you who knelt in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You were so vulnerable then. and you were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however, I think you might look even more beautiful now that you're walking away from me. That's a thing you humans say, is it not? You never realize how much you value something until you no longer have it. It does not hold true in my case, however. I knew you were always a precious find when first you summoned me. The fiery determination, even in the face of extreme hardship, you endeared you to me. I thought you very noble. Really, how you had survived for so long in an environment which was so very hostile. For a human, I thought you remarkable. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought, with a human like you by my side, my own life of empty, endless wandering might not be so lonely. Goodness me, I must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now you're not the one on the ground. This is I could keep calling for you, but I know it won't do no good. I'll not turn back for me now. Not when I have caused you so much suffering. I did not mean to hurt you so, though I truly did love you, albeit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose the love of a witch is too much for even you to endure. Now there is nothing but the milky moonlight, and trees which jut out of the earth about me. They look like monuments, built in the honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing the world that you knew was because they're not of the world, of your world. They are of mine. Now you've fled from me, like a bird let loose from its cage, and I will never see you again. I'll be on my own in this forest for all of eternity. Or until another silly little girl with stars in her eyes and dreams in her heart summons me once more. It's happened to happen 4 times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I will lie here among the foliage and the fog, and I will close my eyes. I'll let myself dream, and enrobed in undulating mist, I shall think to myself, haha. Hmm. Hmm. How many achievements are there left? Well, one more thing. Let's do this again. I am sitting in a forest. It is late at night. The sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light my way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach me, not properly. Trees surround me, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, blotting out of the most of the lights. If I were running, I'd not be able to see where I was going. Such concerns are trivial to me. There is nowhere, after all, for me to run to. I am all alone. You have abandoned me. You have made a contract with me once when you wished for a friend. It was a contract I swore I would fulfill on my good name. But you betrayed me. Oh, Rosette, why did you have to go? My days were intolerably dull and tedious without you to amuse me. Your company slaked my boredom nicely. But now that you have gone, my boredom has returned fourfold. It is so consuming, I fear I might go mad from it. If I have not granted some mad, if I have not granted gone mad already. If only there was another mortal out there, one who might keep me company. If only. Oh? Perhaps I spoke too soon. It seemed that another has intruded upon my moonlit solitude after all, far more quickly than I was expecting. How very fortuitous. How much stranger. Does the moon not look beautiful tonight? It is almost as if our encounter were preordained by a being far greater than the both of us. That, of course, is a foolish thought. There are few beings out there more powerful than myself. Now then, would you care to create a contract with me and re- relive the events of this night anew? Nah. Oh, you not wish to stay with me, dear one? Very well. You're awfully cruel, but I can understand how you feel. I am a benevolent witch, regardless of what some people might say, and I will never force you to do anything, not against your will. My love is, and always has been, reciprocal in nature, though she did not appreciate that. Now, if that is all, would you like to run along? No good can come, of soliciting with witches in the dead of night. You best be on your way, and quickly. Otherwise, I might just change my mind. After all, it gets so lonely here. Hmm. Thanks. Thank you very much for the compliment. Yeah, that was it. Whole game. Got every achievement. 100%. Baby. Isn't that hard? Only because it's a visual novel, there's not really not much to do. What do you mean you don't believe me? Nah, whatever. Oh, that sure was a thing. I don't know. I can't think of anything. Anyway, did fucking, uh, anyway, yeah, that was a game. Just, fucking, bye bye. You really don't believe me. You really don't fucking believe. All right, fine. I'll fucking show you. Okay, fucking, fucking, son of a, you son of a, if I can, game capture. Display versus display. There you are. There, see? Right there. All achievements. Whole game. Done. Happy. Fucking damn.